Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Yokai Inugami Police Officer VTuber Koban Wanko at the scene. So, today we're at, we had to move Blasphemous over because, I've been working really hard in the Chibi model, and so now we're, today, instead of doing Blasphemous today, since, I had to move the schedule around a little bit, we're going to be working in Blender today. Working on a Chibi model that, I've been diligently working on for quite some time in the background. So we're going to go over several of the things that we have done to make the model better. So let's go ahead and get Blender up and running, shall we? Okay, so a couple of things you may have noticed. We now have two, two versions of the Chibi side by side. And we have this face in here with this face rig. This face and the rig is from my the Bonanus model that I made. It's been imported into here because I would like a reference for shape keys, and I have her fully rigged up for all the basic Genshin shape keys and all the shape keys it takes for AR kit. So I wanted to make sure that I had that reference in here, just in case we got around to doing that today. So for the time being, let's go ahead and... Oh, hello, eyes. Where are you? You're in here. Let's hide you. And hide you. Okay. Actually, hold on. Let's go ahead and... We're going to grab all of these items. These are a part of the mask and UI and whatnot, and we are going to make a new collection from which to throw all of these things into. That way, the reason why these are hidden is because you little model secret. These are actually used to create the shape of the UI, and they don't really need to be selectable or visible in any way, because I could just grab this needs to be visible because that's the text in the overlay, so the only thing that needs to be grabbable is this part right here, and it moves all of it automatically. Let's see, so we're gonna move that down and that, and from here we could probably just hide this for a moment. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, we're going to take a look at the Chibi. So this was what we made last time around, and the topology looks pretty good. It's just I needed to make some adjustments and improve the weight painting and everything, because we were having a little bit of issue with it, because I didn't should go in and mess with the weight painting, so the weights that we ended up having and the topology wasn't exactly what we needed to, have a really, really good model. So I decided to go in and make some adjustments and see if I can't, get everything improved. Well, I went a little overboard. And I basically, it's all right, but I went into the new version and I added in a chest area, so we have a little more topological density in there, and that way it would be possible to, say, give, rest physics if the chibi is like a full-grown woman, or physics for a man as well, because it could just easily flatten out this top area a bit, and then bam, you have a man chest. But what ended up happening here, in addition to all the work that I did, I fixed up the weights. If you've seen the post, and you've seen this before, but I'll just quickly go over it. So I literally went in and fixed up all of the rigging, all of the weights. Let's see, where are you? Let me just hide that. We don't really need that anymore, at least right now. So I went in and fixed up all of the weights and, made even the hand movements themselves look really nice, and I added in fingers as well because, you know, some people may want that, and my intention is to release this model to everyone once it's done, at least the base mesh. So we've got a nice, hold on, I need to do individual origins. So we've got a nice scale in there, and if we rotate on the double X, the individual origins, we can actually close the hand. Let's get screencast keys active. Yes, please. So people can see what I'm doing. But yeah, even yesterday I went in and I started fixing up, you know, like the shoulder weights and whatnot and everything to make sure that what people would be getting at the end of the day would be the best possible thing that, you know, I can make. So even if the arm goes, you know, all the way down there, you still have a really nice, like, armpit there. It kind of indents a little bit into here. And that's kind of, you know, a little bit more biologically accurate. Makes things a little easier to work with. And then, if we look at the leg for a minute, yeah, it's a lot better. We've got a lot better of a bend in here, because this part of the area of the leg collapses in on the groin area, and it's actually really, really hard to get the weight painting to look really nice there without having really good topology. Or if you have too dense of a topology in there also. So let's see, let's undo enough times. Can we undo enough to get that other model back? No? Yeah, I'll also unhide it here. So over here, I realized we had a little too much topology in here, because when I bend the leg, it didn't exactly want to work. Oh, hold on, I have to get out of pose mode. And I hit Alt H. It's gonna unhide everything. Let me just those. If you're curious about the other things in the background here, these are the shapes for the body themselves. We don't actually need them visible for any reason. Hide the plane and bring these chibis back down on the Z to 0. So when it comes to the posing of the leg on, let's say, this model, if I go like this and I look in here, it kind of collapses in a weird way. Because not just because of the weight painting, but because the topology is a little bit off. And we can kind of see that as a side-by-side comparison. So I basically got rid of some of the vertices that went underneath the groin area in here to simplify this area so that it would be a little easier to work with. Let's see. Where on earth is this rig? Oh, hold on. That's in here, I believe. Oh well. Hide you. I don't need you. Sometimes trying to find things, it's like, I wonder if I could find this. And then you're like, oh, wait, maybe not. Yeah, we need to be in pose mode, and we'll undo that. So that's basically what I've been working on in the background. Just trying to get everything on the chibi looking a lot better, working a lot better. And now that all of this is actually functioning in a way that we can kind of, you know, get things moving. Very nice hip wiggle. I love messing with that. It's hypnotic. We're going to move on from here to adding in some of the things that we actually need for the mesh. So things like the eyelashes in here, the eyes, the highlights, because the highlights themselves are their own individual meshes. It's a lot easier to do it that way because you're able to, control the size of the highlights at any point. So you can actually, or move them, and you can mess around with that. It's easier to do it that way than it is to texture it. Not just because of that, but because if there was an actual, texture in here, we'd be struggling with like topological density for the texture density. And what would end up happening is, like, let's say like we don't have like enough pixels in this area to make this shape, then not only could we not move the highlight, we would have an issue with the fact that it's pixelated and it wouldn't look very good. So most people, what would end up happening under that case is that they would have to make the eye, like the actual, like this part of the eye, much, much, much bigger on the UV canvas than what it actually would need to be, just so that they could get the topological density to look really good, because they put the highlight in the texture itself. So let's see if I can actually display that a little bit. Yeah, let's bring up the Zen UV texturing, and then might have to find that image for a moment. Give me a hot second. Need to figure out where I keep that image. So there's actually an image used to test out UVs, and it's, let's see, game engines. Would it still be in here? Yeah, okay, there it is. Let me go ahead and find it for a hot minute. Stream software. Yep, go up one, and then... See, this is what ends up happening. You just have all sorts of textures. There we go. Okay, so this... let me just go ahead and back out of that for a hot minute. This tests the UV texture density, so you can see where things are going to get pixelated. And so if I said, okay, I was going to make this highlight in this texture, I would have had to make this the texture density for the UV much, much more dense, because like that highlight is almost as big as the interior of the O, and like if we look at that for a moment, it's like, wait, that's like really pixelated. That would not look good. So I would have had to grab the eye here and scale it really far up and use up a lot more of our UV space in order to get something. And then even then, like you might get a close-up like this, and later when you're doing like animation or whatever, and even then it's like kind of see a little bit of it. So I probably want it a little more dense. And if you're doing like an eye, like highlight video, you might even get like, say, this close, and you can actually see the texture in there. So let me just undo that for a minute. So that's why it's better to go ahead and see, what did I have that as? Not the dark blue. We had it as this blue. There we go. And let me go ahead and... Can I pack that? I can't, but I'll do it later. So that's the reason why you want to have your highlights as actual meshes. And the eyelashes themselves are obviously three-dimensional, as you can see. It's kind of optional, I've seen, though, whether or not you want to have like the bottom part of the eyelashes three-dimensional. Some people do them as textures because, like, a dot here, a dot there, and it would be pretty good. And that way you wouldn't have to worry about the geometry when you're doing the eye close, because then you would have... So let's grab these. You would have to struggle with trying to get the bottom of the eye to look at least somewhat decent when you close the eye, and you wouldn't have to worry as much if you didn't have enough, as much topology to worry about. So, sorry about the rant, but okay. Today we are going to, let's see, yep. We are going to do things like add in the eyes, the eyelashes. We may do one at the bottom. We may not. We might just go for the top here and this edge bit. And then we're going to be adding in the tongue and the teeth. And if we end up having some time today, we're going to be going over a bit of shape keying. Hello, person. Hide you. There we go. So let's go ahead and get to it here. So from here, I'm just going to add a circle mesh. And let's go ahead and snap this to selection to cursor. That way we can use mirroring a little better. Okay. So we're going to get in here, and I think that might be a little too much. Let's go ahead and just make a new one instead. Mesh, circle, and let's go ahead and go with, I think 8 is fine. No, we need more. Okay, 16. Okay, that could be good. Let's go ahead and check over here. So what are we actually working with when it comes to the eye? Okay, we can see there's 20 there, so we might be okay if instead of 16, we go ahead and add a circle here, and let's go ahead and put 20, because that looked fine. Okay, we're going to move the mesh up here, and we're going to move the entirety of the verts off to the side so that we can then add a mirror modifier. And scale this down. And we're just going to pull this in, pull it over, rotate on the X, 90 degrees. And we're just going to try to get the general shape of the eyes in here. Okay, so from here, we're going to go back to medium point for the scaling, and then scale this down on the X. And there. We've got a little bit of an eye going. Let's go ahead and extrude and scale at 0 so that we get that central point there. Grab the rest of this and pull this outward. The reason why we want to do this is so that the make sure that it goes out. The reason why I want to do this is make sure that the eye itself has a, let's shade smooth. It has a bit of an effect in there that makes it a little bit more reflective. We want to have, since in reality, the central point of an eye, let's actually merge it center, is actually pointing towards the interior of your eye. So the eye itself has a bit of a gap in there between, when if you look at an eye sideways, we have this kind of tonal shape in our own eyes. So from here, we're just going to extrude this back. Actually, hold on, we could probably just add a solidify. Solidify. Let's go ahead and visibly see. I think we might need to add a little bit more thickness to it. Pull it back. And then we'll grab everything, move it forward, and rotate a little bit that way. And pull it forward a little more. And really, realistically speaking, that's kind of the basics of an eye. Just really, really simple. Later on, we're not going to have, let's say, the back part of the eye, or we may or may not get rid of that lat vertex at the very back. It really just depends on how, scrutinous we have to be with our topology. Okay, so we're going to grab this point, and we're going to reuse this part of the eye, just pull it forward. Hit P, so we duplicated that, and we're going to get rid of the solidify, and now we're just going to scale this way down, and we're going to pull this over, scale it down this way. Now we have a decent shine. This will make pretty good for a shine element. And the shine, we don't really want it to be, you know, crazy inward, just a little bit. Slight indent. Reason being is because we're probably going to have to get this as close to the eye topology as possible, like that. And then since the eye is indented, hold on, let's go ahead and duplicate this again because we need 2 shines. Pull this out. And let's see, where is it? Let's just hide this for a brief moment so we can see a little bit more of what we're doing. We're just going to rotate a little bit this way, pull it back a little. Just try to get it as close to the eye as possible without fully clipping. Yeah, that's a little better. Let's grab this number here and input it there, so it changes how the depth of it, the exact same amount that we have on the other part. And we'll pull this back, and let's go ahead and see. So this one's bigger, this one's smaller. And from the looks of things, let's go ahead and scale that a little more. As you change this part, you may end up having to change the rotation of it, or, you know, several other factors. Everything from scale to depth could end up changing just so you can actually get it to look a little bit better. And as you rotate the eye in the shape keys, you're definitely going to have to mess with that. It's just normal. So don't fret if the shines of your eyes don't look right when you move your eye. You move the eye around. You're probably going to have to mess with them. They may not maintain the same shape or rotation. It really is just a visual trickery to try to get you to see. Oh, the shine itself is it's like attached to the eye. Okay, this might do. Let's go ahead and get in here and add a new material. We're just going to mess around with different materials. So right now we'll make the eye green. Maybe not a piercing green. Yeah, there we go. And this is so that we can test whether or not it's clipping. Turn the roughness all the way up on both factors. That way we don't have a sheen on the eye. We want to manually control that if we were going to add that. Okay. And here you see the yeah, here you see the first issue of a shine, where it's like, okay, but it needs to be different on the other side. And that's not really that much of an issue. We'll work with that in a hot minute. So let's go ahead and move this around just a little bit. Let me get the audio playing for me. I've been doing this in silence. All right, there we go. It may seem a bit finicky now, but you'd end up thanking yourself later for getting all this right. Because once you start messing with the shape keys, you start realizing that it's like, oh, I probably should have been a little, pay a little more attention to what was going on, what I was making. Okay. And I think we'll just add a temporary subdivide in here so that we can just add in another material. Let's just grab this. It doesn't need to be actually shaped. We're just going to use it as a temporary to try to see a little bit of what the color might be like. And since it's temporary, we can scale it. It's fine. Okay. Pull it back a little bit. And you may have noticed that we're really, really, really close. And that's the reason being is because once we have all of this together, we don't really want an instance in which we can turn the camera around and see any issues. Scale this up on the X and rotate it so it's not clipping. Pull it back a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna pull it back too much. There we go. Okay. Oh, not. Okay, pull you forward a little more. There we go. And let's add a little bit of misshapen to this. Shining doesn't exactly... It doesn't exactly work that way. Perfection is not the way the body works. So we're just going to add a little bit of like a pill shape in here. And yeah, that's looking pretty good. So we're going to cheat a little. We're going to apply the mirror on the shines. Go in here. Grab both of the shine meshes and then mirror on local X. And what that will do is mirror our shines a bit. So now we know where they have to go. We just have to move them up. So we're going to try not to move them on the X-axis and only rotate them and move them on the Y until we can figure out if they need to move a little more. So for this instance, yeah, we're going to use wireframe to see a little better about what's going on. It's a bit of a process, yeah. But it's definitely worth it to try to get this right. Anything that has to do with topology, usually the more you try to get it right, the easier it will be on you when you try to shape key it out. Yep, get a nice curve in there. Oop. Rotate you on the X a little bit. Pull you back a bit. I think we might be good. Okay. And now we have a pretty decent shine in there. I think now I will dissolve that so that the topology is right. I just kind of wanted to see where the, like, is it the iris? I've done a lot of body studies, I should know this already. Alright, let's see. I think we might want to run a subdivision on this. Or at the very least increase the topology around the eyes. Let's see, what would that do to the rest of the body? Just gonna have to go in here and test to see what would change if we added a lot more subdivision. So I saw one of the loops kind of escaped the head. Oh, okay. So we'd run into some issue on the mouth area, because it would be really hard to actually get that going properly. Because we want to make sure the topology around the edge of the mouth here is, like, not super subdivided. Otherwise, we'll run into some issues later with trying to make it smooth. So if we were to take a bit of a tip about the mouth area. Let's see. Since it's a chibi, we don't really want that indent there. But I am noticing that the chin could probably... Yeah. This area could probably be brought in a little more. Since it's a chibi, we won't really have to, like, fight with the fact that the face is mostly circular. Okay, let's smooth that a little bit. Smooth that. Sometimes we might have to, like, you know, come in, change a few things, modify a few things. Okay. So from here, what I would like to do is get this subdivided. But do we have to? We might have to. Yeah, this was actually a really good amount of topology in here. So let's go ahead and subdivide. We might end up cheating a little bit. Just go ahead and grab all of these edges here. Smooth them out. Hello? There we go. Oh my. Okay. Let's see. Okay. We might need to, yeah, go out a little further. Subdivide. So this is fine. Yeah, we run into issues around that edge. So I may have to run some terminations around the top of the back of the head, which is kind of fine because we're not going to have a lot there. We really do want to limit how much ends up getting pushed back to the side of the mouth, at the very least. It's already quite dense in this area. This is fine, and we can definitely add in another around here. What does that do? Yeah, makes things a little dense. Okay. Let's see. We're actually going to hide this right here, so that way we can kind of work with what's been given to us over here. So these loops will be fine. That's kind of what we want to avoid. So we're going to go to the back of the head here. Let's go ahead and get rid of this area here. Oh, wait. I'd add in some loops there. Just keep things nice and even. This tends to happen when you're making a model. Sometimes you're like, oh, I need more topology, and you know, there's like no other way to get it than to just kind of mess around. And sometimes you'll end up having to, like, say, terminate some topology here or there. You know, it happens. We can join this together. It's fine. Let's move this down a bit. To the end of the day, we're here to look for the aesthetic, not necessarily be 100% topologically accurate. And that terminates in there, preventing us from needing to add another loop around the back. Okay. So by the same logic, we could technically grab this and terminate it in here. Because the ear is not going to be one of the parts of the body that's going to have a lot of animations to it. Oh god, what is this music that's playing? Yeah, this is fine. Because again, we could always just join here. At the end of the day, some parts will want to have really, really good topology, and other parts don't necessarily have to be perfect. So near the top of the head here, if I were to do that, I just kind of end up fusing the parts up here. Because while, yes, this does kind of mess with, like, the ability to add another loop in here, we don't really need it. Like, that's just a loop around near the top of the head. Like, we can afford to not have that. Not gonna lie, this music's pretty wild. And this is a loop around the face area that we actually need. However, we don't need it being topologically dense. I do not believe. Where does this loop go? Yeah, we need it. However, we can get rid of some of those loops. Yeah, let's go ahead and let that loop pull back underneath the chin area. And once it reaches the back of the head, we can terminate it. Oh. Okay. Spoiler alert. When making a model, most 3D artists don't necessarily know what they're doing. We just kind of bumble around till we find something that works. One reason why I wanted to do the apology off stream was because I didn't really want to bumble around and waste your time all that much while I tested out topology for the Chibi. And if I'm being frank, we're probably just going to not use... Oh, hello. What happened in here? Oh my god. Okay, well that's a general issue. What we can do is copy this. Things might get a little messed up for the stream for a hot moment. We're going to copy the eye. Sometimes this tends to happen in Blender. Ah, never mind. Don't need to. I can just hit revert. This is why we keep backups. Okay, so push this back a little bit. What I think I'm going to do instead is this. I'm going to grab the verts that I don't want to have the extra loops. And I'll figure out how to terminate them. Good job, me. Should have thought of that before. Okay. So we can terminate them around the back of the head area, because this part is probably not going to be seen anyway. And we basically hid part of the mouth so that when we go ahead and, you know, mess around in here, we won't be screwing with what we have already made. Yeah. Okay. And now I can unhide. And now we just have some geometry in here that we could actually use some of it to help with the shape. We don't want the mouth extremely topologically dense. So what we're probably going to do is just merge these over here. And join. And let's see. This has created another star. But that is fine. I can always just join this here and or here. This is the part where we kind of mess around with the topology, because what really needs to animate extremely well is like this part in here. And then some part over here is fine too. So what we may want to do, instead of messing around with that, seeing as we want the topology to be good there too, might be best to reel that in. And then we'll use this for extra detail. Okay. Might actually want that in there. should be fine. I can work with that. For the time being, we might just go ahead. It might be a little easier if I just delete this side. Don't worry about it. We're going to add a mirror modifier, turn on clipping. See, it's still fine, as long as the mirror modifier is above the rig modifier. Blender will handle the rest as long as mirror is above rig. Okay, so that looks fine. The one thing about topology is there are times in which you need to obey it, and times in which you're just like, I could get a better rig if I just ignore the rules in some spots. And sometimes it's just like that. And now I don't have to worry about the other side. I can just join this on that side. It gives the ear just enough topology. Okay. Actually, hold on. Yeah, no, we'll use that. We'll use that. I can just join this here, and then I can actually pull this back for a slightly better ear shape. So, you know, win-win. Can work with this a little more. Add in a little more of a shape to the ear itself. The earlobe does kind of stick out a bit, so we probably want to pull this in a little more so that it represents the hole in the ear itself. And we'll just use this to try to get a little bit of a general shape. Yeah, there we go. Not crazy or anything like that, and if we wanted to, we could always just grab all these faces and then hit inset, and then we'd probably get, you know, something a little better, easier to work with. But for the time being, we're just going to leave it like that, because it gives us a general ear shape from the front. We can afford to move that one over a little. Now that we have more topological density, we can kind of smooth this out a little bit. Definitely one of our benefits to this. Okay, we're going to grab all of these rings, and we're just going to smooth them out. I love the smooth tool. Just some light smoothing. Now you might be thinking, oh, we might be a little topologically dense over here. And that's actually okay. Because what we want is to make sure that when the eye is tried to close, we have enough topology going down here so that we can actually make a curve. Granted, you know, we probably wouldn't have it affecting like this area or this area. So what's going to end up happening is going to close like this, and then this will come up. Obviously, we would fix it up afterwards, but you can see the shape is a lot better if we have a little bit more topological density, and that's kind of what we were going for. So that's good. And what we can do is, instead of allowing this to go all the way back, we will rein it in and tell it to behave. Do what we want. At least now we can see the lines better. The reason why I'm terminating, you know, way up there, near the top of the skull, is because this will more likely than not be seen very much, and it's not going to have, like, literally any applications for animation. So there's not going to be any implications for us messing with it up there. So I'm just going to smooth that out. Just kind of get this down. We're going to turn this off so that we don't accidentally weld the goddamn mouth together again. And even though we've added, you know, topology all around the place, we didn't have to add more to the mouth, because the mouth is already going to stretch and contort a lot. We cannot afford to have it more topologically dense than it already is. And if you look at the density around the eyeballs themselves, the eye where the eyelashes are going to go, it's about as topologically dense as the mouth itself. So we know we're going to get, you know, smooth, you know, like that. And if we wanted it a little more smooth, we can always just grab these three in here and just kind of smooth it out a little more. Smooth that out a little more. And I think this one too. Yeah. Now we have a very smooth eye. So that's nice. I think we might move this up a little bit. Let's not try to add too much influence. Maybe grab this instead. We still want that general eye shape in here. A little more neutral. If we bring this down too much, it'll look aggressive, and we don't want to be overly aggressive with our the look of our character right now. So let's go ahead and get some smoothing in. Yeah. That should be fine for now. Ignore this. This will get fixed the moment the mirror is the moment the mirror is applied. We can reset the normal values. So even though this looks off right now, it'll be fine. Last thing, we're going to check the chin, and then we're going to move on to the interior parts of the mouth. Sometimes, you know, when you're modeling, it can get like this. It's not exactly a rocket science for most of it. Most of us are just kind of bumbling our way through. We know how to do things, but we don't necessarily have like a set in stone structure to get a majority of things in. We're just like, okay, well, I'm going to try the way I used before. And then when that doesn't work out, we're like, oh, well, it's time to learn something new, I guess. Might try to bring this out a little more. Because that's not really smoothing out. Yeah, we still have a bit of a sharp edge in here. Better. Alright, let's save before we mess things up. Okay. Well, Tongue's going to be really easy to get in, so let's try to get the teeth in. Just going to make a plane. We're going to make a line through it there by adding a cut. We're going to delete this side of it, and we're going to scale it. Scale it in. Let's go ahead and move it forward a bit so we can see. And we're going to use our favorite modifier, mirror, turn on clipping. Pull this in. And from here, we're actually going to use a bit of a different technique. We're going to go from projection here, projection on Z, and we're just going to hold Control and left click. And what that's going to do is it's going to give us topology in the direction that we are left clicking in. So we're just going to kind of straighten this out to a general mouth shape. We do kind of want this to be, you know, flat. So we're going to scale those on the X. Scale those on the X to 0. And then scale that on the Y to 0 too. So that way we can grab this piece in here. Get it to kind of where we want it. Let's try to even the thickness a little bit. And then we're going to hit it with a subdivision. Along with grabbing these and holding Shift and clicking Shift E so that we can mark these for please don't please don't try to subdivide these parts. Please don't try to modify the shape. Getting there. Got a bevel in here. Let's go ahead and turn on the subdivision here so we can kind of see a little more. Gonna reapply that. Okay, so let's check. Okay. We'll go ahead and grab these edges here. And we'll extrude it straight down. And then we need to grab this edge and that edge and Shift E this. And we got a general shape going. Get it smooth, and yeah, just about it. These aren't all that complicated to model. If we put the subdivision first, then we'll run into the issue of the mirror wanting to say, oh, the mirror takes place after the subdivision, but we kind of want the subdivision beforehand. And then if I go Control A and Visual Geometry and Mesh, I can now simplify it by getting rid of these. Okay. Make this a little longer. Yeah, let's not make it as thick. So I'm going to grab this factor here. Grab all these edges. Scale it outward and apply that factor in the positive. Yeah, okay. Worth a try. Get those. Grab the edges. Extrude straight down. There we go. And I think we have a decent teeth. Like these ones have a little bit more of a shape to them. But we'll modify the shape. Let's get it in the mouth. not mask. Generate. Hello, generate mirror. Instead. No merge. Okay. Now we've got top and bottom teeth. Angled. Put them kind of close together, but not like clipping close. And yeah, let's scale them down as a singular object. Take it this way. All right, so what we're gonna do here, is we're gonna grab this area here. We're gonna temporarily separate this segment so that we can then hide the body and see what we're working with on the inside of the head. Okay, so we've got here. Let's check our placement. Really, really close. Okay. How close is it? It is literally right on the money. All right. And check the angle. Not much of an angle to it. Just a little bit. Okay. And then maybe we need to scale these that way. And then we'll pull these back on X. That way the teeth are always bigger. And the available space. And we'll pull this out more. Okay. I think we're doing pretty good so far. Just kind of pull that in. And maybe pull this out a little bit. There we go. Get a good shape in there. And we'll pull the teeth down so that it's at least somewhat halfway here. Oh, nope. Okay. We pull the teeth back too far on the Y. Abandoned ship! Okay. Dissolve that edge. We don't really need it. Okay. What are we looking at from top view now? Just gonna try to smooth this out a little bit. And this looks a little too far out. Okay. Sometimes in 3D modeling, I kind of feel like a car mechanic. Like, you know, I kind of know what I'm doing. And then they bring in a car that nobody nobody in the office knows about. It's like, oh, I'm too bullshit. You could probably think of a million professions that are like that. You just gonna have to smile, wave, and pretend you know what you're doing. Okay. Teeth look in. Might need to bring the mouth back a bit. Yeah. Okay. Let's smooth this out. Smooth this a little more. Yeah, I think that might give us a decent shape. Yeah, keep it a little less flat. And there. Is that good? Or should it be more angled? Nah. It kind of goes straight back. Alright. We're going to add in probably one of the easiest parts, which is the tongue. Save real quick. So sometimes I'd go with the UV sphere, but I really think that round cube is probably better because go to 1 and now we have a really nice cube in here. Well, sphere, cube, same thing. Scale it down quite a lot. On the Z and then on the X. And we just pull it up. Maybe hit it with a subdivide. Well, first off, let's go ahead and scale it into position. We do want it to have enough detail so that it will bend properly. Yeah, we'll probably have to hit it with a subdivide to match the other one. But let's go ahead and get you into position, tongue. Scale you on the Y. Z. And X. And I think I should grab the 2 endpoints and scale them on the Y inner more. There we go. That's more tongue-like. And let's hit you with a subdivide. Yeah, now we're going good. How big are you? Fucking gargantuan. Scale it down on the Y. Of course, it needs to be in front, behind the teeth. So maybe, yeah, let's look like this. Scale you down. Scale you forward a bit. Outward a bit. Hold on, before I scale you outward, I'm gonna grab all these points and then scale out. Yeah, maybe just grab these points and then there. Is it good? There we go. Turn that off. Get in here. Okay, so it almost looks like the tongue reaches the teeth. Oh. Tongue clips a little. Okay, okay. Granted, the position of the mouth interior parts isn't exactly all that prevalent, because you're going to move it around as you go ahead and get the animations out there. As long as you got a general shape, I think we're fine. Gonna apply this mirror. And then I'm gonna select the top. I'm gonna separate the top and bottom teeth. And then I'm gonna set the origin to the geometry for both of them. Okay. I think we're good to do the eyelashes. We're going to test out the teeth and the tongue as we try to make the IUO. So we'll see how that goes. But for the time being, I think we're good. Yeah, this needs to be smoothened out. And then we'll take this and scale it on the Y. Scale Y0. Oh, hello, you're separated. There. Link, scale 0. Oh, you need to be off. Excuse me, Blender. That verts to active. There we go. I think I might have missed a few verts there while messing around with that. Yeah, I don't think that's angled enough. Take these out. Yep. There. Okay, here comes the hard part. The eyelashes. This will be a lot of trial and error. So, I think we're going to grab this edge here, probably down to... How far do we want the eyelashes to go? There or there? Let's check here. Yeah, they cover about the halfway point, so I can... I think I'll just grab this for now. Shift D, pull you out. P to separate. That way I can... Actually, hold on. We are going to... Yeah, Shift D, right-click, P, separate. That way, we can go in here and grab this edge and pull it forward. Smooth it out. Because we do kind of want, like, this edge here to clip. Or at the very least to try to share the same space, because this will be the back edge. So actually, let's pull this back a little bit, and then we'll grab the whole thing. Oh, wait. Better idea. Solidify. And, yep, there we go. Now we're running a solidify. We can try to get the general shape that we want. So let's go ahead and leave that one up there. And we'll just go ahead and extrude the edges. Move these out like that. And then we'll split them. Do that. Just kind of moving them in a little bit. Fine. Oh, it's 1 point. Yeah. Then we'll add an edge in here. Pull this down. Scale that in a little bit because the eyelashes start going down. You, go away. Pull this up. This will take a little bit of adjustment to try to get right. Let me take a drink. Okay. Okay. We want to get a bit of curve in here. Hello? Okay, there. And then we'll pull this up. It's pretty good so far. Might need to pull this back a little more. Okay. And this one will be the opposite. Yeah, so we're going to get it down to a point at the very end. So we're going to merge these at center. Oh, sorry, merge at last. This one should be last. And now we've got a general gist of how this is supposed to be. We do kind of want it clipping a little bit right now, because we're going to modify this point. I think we'll modify it after we apply Solidify. Extrude that a little bit. Give us a little something to work with. Where's that at last? Pull this around. And we'll go ahead and pull that in. Don't worry about the solidify at the moment. Once we apply it, then we'll have more verts to work with. Right now we kind of just don't have a whole lot to mess around with. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Do we have a pure black? Yes, we do. Okay, well that's not it. Let's go with a new material. Roughness 100, max black. Okay, it might be time to apply the solidify because it's not wanting to play very well with me right now. So, top, apply it. And here is where the magic happens. Since we can now move this around, we can now bulge that out quite a bit. Grab this, smooth it, that, smooth it in. And we will smooth this too. Just kind of smoothing the exterior bits so that it gets a little bit more of that kind of familiar shape. Okay, then we want to have this a little bit more centered. Pull this out a little more. Maybe out like that too. Since now we can actually move a lot of these around a bit without having to worry about messing with the topology that's supposed to touch the back end. We can actually afford to move things around a bit. Let's see, will that work? Yeah, I think. Getting there on a shape. Okay. This will go down a bit, because the last thing we want is for the topology itself to clip. Except for this part. This part needs to clip. It's okay for this over here to clip. Pull it back on the Y a little bit. We're going to add in one more loop than necessary so that we can then touch this here. We want to make sure the eye looks like it's not, you know, fully clipping through, but it still has the shape that we want. This part is certainly not a science. I will tell you right now, it is way up in the air. Mostly because the only way you're going to get there is to just kind of mess around with things. Merge that at last, and now we can start getting our like actual shape in. Yeah, we might actually just get rid of that entirely. Oh, I see an edge that, a vertex that needs to be dissolved. Base. Could you just work with me? There we go. Pull this up a little bit. Up and out. We're just trying to go for like a generic eye right now. Now, when it comes to like a rule set of making these, it's more along the lines of like, can you get the shape right? It's not really like anything secret. It's more like, oh, does this look right? Versus like, oh, you did it wrong. It's supposed to be like this, or like the topology needs to be beautiful or accurate. It's more along the lines of like, yeah, a good topology will help, but you need to have like a certain amount of like clipping and a certain amount of not clipping. Because what you're trying to do is convince people that this is still a part of the eye in a way. I can probably just dissolve this edge because it's giving a little bit of issue. And then pull this one up a little. That one out a little. That can go out a little. And let's check the other one. Yeah, more or less. We can add a little more out there. All right, let's do that. Let's get a little crazier. Why not? Go a little crazier. Pull a little farther back. And we're just gonna whack these edges with a subdivide. A little bit more of a shape in here. For instance, pull this out a little more. And we're going to try to get a little bit better of a shape in here. From the side, this wouldn't look all that great until we get it out there. Hi, Mr. I don't want to obey the laws. Get in there. Smooth it out. And we're going up a little bit. And I'm thinking a little bit out more. Some of these pieces, maybe a bit. It's fine. We're going to turn vertex snapping. That way, that could snap to there. And then turn it back to face and turn it off. Okay. And yeah, I think I agree with this thing. Let's get a little more control over here. We're gonna bevel this. That way we can pull this out more. Get a little crazier with it. Yeah, now we're talking. Did I merge that at center? Did. Okay. Yeah, that gives us better control. Control over the shape in here too. It doesn't leave the face too early. Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. It looks kind of blocky, yeah. However, it really isn't the be-all end-all. At the end of the day, it's more along the lines of what it looks like. With all the texture painting and everything else that's going to be applied. As long as we can get a decent shape, even if it might be a little bit generic, it'll be fine. With textures, this will be fine. Okay, pull this up a little more so it's not clipping. And let's add thickness to it. I'm just gonna pull out the top lash a little bit so that we get a little thickness. Maybe put this bad boy in. Plays ball with everybody else. And then we want to control the thickness at the very end here. Good so far. We're being a little nitpicky, but, you know, the more we scrutinize right now, the easier it will be to get everything right. It's just one of those weird processes that's just like, I could, like, you know, be here for hours and hours and hours just trying to mess with this, but let's see. I think we should go a little farther out. Might be being a little too conservative with how far out this goes. In a little bit. Okay. Doing good. Hold on. Forward. Alright, I might need to smooth this out. Because it looks too far out there compared to the rest of it. Let me check. Yeah, still not quite as out there as this one. Ah, that's why. Okay, let's dissolve this. We'll merge that at last. Actually, hold on. We might need that extra control. Later, it actually really does make a bit of a difference if we have, you know, tons of control or not. Just had to make sure. I'm like, this sounds an awful lot like some of the music that I took off the playlist. But we're fine. Okay. And add a little more femininity by pulling that down. Look at her dead on. Yeah, that's good. Okay. We're going to grab this and scale it by individual origins up a little bit. Then I'm going to pull you forward. Oh, interesting. How did that happen? Okay. Okay, buddy. Get out a little more. There we go. Now we're not clipping. Okay. For some reason, doesn't look like it's mirrored. That doesn't look like it's mirrored properly. Generate, mirror. Let's actually give it an object to mirror across. Huh. Yeah, maybe it just doesn't look that way. Am I losing my mind? Or does that not look like it's mirrored right? Huh. Pull you down a little more. And pull you in a bit. Yeah, nice and simple. Perhaps I should pull this down a little more. creepy music today. Okay. Suppose we can modify the shape more a bit later if we really, really need to. I think that'll work. I'll pull this out a little more. Yeah, I think we're good. I don't know why, I might be losing my fucking mind, but it doesn't necessarily look like it's fully mirrored. Either Blender's bugging out, or I've been staring at this for far too many hours off stream. Okay, we get a little cheeky with it. Pull that one down a little bit. Still be good. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's see. From here, I would like to... all the parts that are supposed to be white. Do we have a material that I can assign it? Yeah, we'll assign that to pure white material. And then we're going to have a new material in here. Let's try to get it a little bit flesh-toned-ish. Selection, invert, and assign. Yep. We're not that concerned about, you know, all these materials right now. We're just gonna trying to get some in so we can understand what we're gonna be doing for the shape keys. So the interior of the mouth will be a somewhat darkish red. I think that's good. And then the tongue will have a... oh, right. Shade smooth. Make sure that was in there. Make sure all of our things are shaded smooth. Let's get the tongue a darker pink value. Redder, there we go. Okay. So from here, we need a basis shape key on all of these so that we don't mess with anything. And there. The basis shape key is extremely important. Go ahead and join the teeth together again. We need that to tell the program that, oh yes, we would like a shape key to be a part of the base of the model. We can apply the mirror. Ah, right. My bad. We can apply modifiers to things that have shape keys in them, so. Moving forward, I guess we're gonna stuck with the geometry that we have. So, if that's gonna be the case, we're going to bring back this part of the body. And we're going to join these two again. And I do mean join, because we don't want them to separate for every reason. We'll go back to global. Okay, merge by distance. And we should be good. So we're going to apply the mirror, go in here, go 3. We're going to go mesh, normals, and reset vectors. And there we go. Nice and smooth. I'm not going to apply the skin tone to the rest of the body because I do not want to take a risk that Twitch wants to do whatever the hell it wants to do. Okay. We're going to join those to the eyes. And we need to get in here. The tongue and the teeth, I think we should keep separated for now. Apply the subdivision on the tongue. Yep. I'm just going to make sure all the modifiers are correct. Yep, there's a rig modifier on here. Okay. I think we'll keep these separated for now. Hold on. Buddy, let me select. Okay. By distance. Yeah. That'll be fine. We don't want them separated now because we have everything shaded smooth. Okay. So I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and we'll get right back to fusing some parts of the mesh together and doing shape keys. So I will see you in a minute. Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that. Anyways, let's see. I think we get better animations out of the face if I try to give the mouth a little bit more of a little bit more definition in here. That way I can kind of tell, we can kind of tell a little bit more about like where the lips are going to be. I mean, granted, it's supposed to be a chibi, but at the same time, you know, I'd like to have a little bit of peace of mind of like, or at least, you know, somewhat accurate. Okay. This one. This last one should probably go out. Oh, whoops. Just a little bit. And smooth that. And go ahead and move this one forward a little bit because we want a curve here. Doesn't have to be really crazy, just something, you know? Give us something to work with. Yeah. And then maybe pull this in a little bit. Yeah, maybe a tad bit. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we got a little bit of a indent going on over there. Maybe I'll increase it a little bit. And maybe make the chibi nose a little less pronounced. Probably move this up a bit. Maybe too much. Okay. I'll hop back in here on the eyelashes. Kind of bothering me there's not enough detail on them, so let's go ahead and add in one more loop. Why not? And it really is that simple to add in some more loops. You just kind of have to play around with it. Add in another, or extrude another piece, and just keep going with it. Grab that, smooth it out a little more. Gonna add another bevel in there. And kind of try to even out the bevel a little bit. And then we're just gonna kind of pull it down a little bit. Go ahead and we're gonna temporarily hide this so that I can grab this. Oh, we gotta hide this one too. And all of these. So I don't want, we have connected only on. So if the rest of it's invisible at the moment, then it won't grab it. So then I can try to get a better shape out of this. What happens when I try to smooth this? Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. And then we'll try to... pull that back a little bit. This one's shape could use some work. Pull that back. Looking from the front, could use a little bit more of a dip. We're doing pretty good. Smooth it a little bit. Yeah. Smooth. Gonna have to check every angle before we call it okay. Because at the end of the day, people are gonna see it from every angle. Yeah, see, it's a little too far forward. Pull this back a bit. Just gonna rotate it a little bit. Oh. Fine, we'll rotate it here. Pull that back some more. Because we're trying to make like a very, very small piece here. Just not super insignificant, but something that would fit nicely with the outer edge of the eyelash. Okay, we're gonna pull that up a little bit. And then these would have to go down a bit. Curved, and then this pulled in. And we'll check. So, comparative left to right. I like that. It adds a little something different. Yeah, it adds a little texture to the eye. So we're gonna delete that, and we're gonna apply a new mirror. Yep. Just add a little bit more femininity to the eye in that corner, so that this corner isn't the only place that has, some detail in it. And there. Trying to get that right curve is really, it's really something. Like, it takes a bit of while to actually get it right. But once we have that initial one, then we're good to go. Yeah, I think we're fine. Hey, Very, hope the mall's going well. Yeah, we're actually doing quite well. I fixed up a lot of the issues. We got the teeth in, we got the tongue in, the mouth is good. We just fixed up the eye topology. We added a bit of we added like twice as much geometry to the eyes, and then as you could see, we kind of had to kill some of the rules of topology to make sure the mouth didn't get any more topologically dense. But it's in an area that if it's animated, it's not going to move in a way that's going to be detrimental. And then I had to separate it up here because this area doesn't get animated either. So Yeah, that's what we're working with right now. Save real quick. Okay. Here, I think we're good to join those together. The eyes are going to stay separate. The teeth are going to stay separate, and the tongue is going to stay its own thing. But none of them have any other modifiers on them. So right now, what I want to do is make sure that everything has is attached to the rig itself. So right now, we're going to turn on the where's my auto pro? Can't wait until I'm at the point where I can confidently do stuff like that. Yeah. It does take a little while, but you know, once you've studied enough, it's not really all that rocket science. I don't know enough about animation to know where it's fine. Well, we're gonna have a bunch of demonstration here because I brought in the face rig from my Bonanus model, and here's its controller. So we're gonna have a demonstration while I do the shape keys to the face to show, you know, what should happen, because like you could go and just look up like, you know, facial shapes and stuff like that, but it really is a lot better to like, you know, have this stuff on hand, because otherwise you can like, I can do this and move it nice and slow, see what is okay for, let's say, like a blink animation. And I have like, you know, all sorts of other animations built into this, so we're going to be going through each of these and trying to add as many of them as possible, or at least the ones that are good for AR kit. So it's mostly here for like the A, I, U, E, O's, and, you know, to get that out of the way. I also have all of the facial shapes for AR kit on her. A couple of which I need to mess around with. And once I get to them, I a bit of a funny thing. A land and a shout out, so we'll get to that. Okay. AR kit tracking can be so good. Yeah. And it's one of the reasons why we're being so, for lack of a better term, anal about where our vertices are and where everything is, because once we start that process, we basically, like, it's hard to go back. Like, it's hard to hit the fuck go back button, you know what I mean? Speaking of that process, last thing we need to do before we add the shapes in is we kind of have to... Yeah, I get what you mean. We're going to manually add in the verts here without using Auto Rig Pro, so I'm going to grab that, let's see. Sorry, other way around. Yep, with empty groups. Destructive changes versus non-destructive changes? Yeah, exactly. This part's not that hard. I just need to not be an idiot and go in here and turn on deformation. There we go. So we can see the deforms. And we're going to weight paint here. And basically I just need to get some kind of weight for this head X in here. And I can grab the whole thing and assign. And the eyes are done. Some of these, for the head itself, we're not going to be using any, like, actual rigging. It doesn't make any sense to do that. Because, what we're going to be, since ARKit requires that you use shape keys, we need all of the special things like the eyes and the eyebrows and all of that just parented to the head bone. Because we're not going to be using any other bones in the face to make sure that we have control that way. I just need to paint a little bit here, grab everything. Oh, hold on. Need to make sure, need to alt-click, make sure I have head X. Paint a little bit just to make sure it knows that there's weights there, and then grab everything and assign. So I'm just like making my own envelope weights because I don't know at the position of this whether or not if I go ahead and go like say like this to that and parent, if I go for envelope weights, I don't know what it's going to do. And if I try to manually assign weights the way I'm doing right now, it's not going to normalize the way it should. So I'd have to find it, and I don't really need to do that. So I'm just going to parent with empty, then invert the selection, go to weights, click make sure that it does not say C pinky, and I alt click on there so it says head X. Click a little bit, grab everything, and it still says head X, so I can assign the full weight value. And now everything is parented the way it should be. And I can turn off the deforms. So when I go ahead and move the head, see all the geometry is moving around. You're not supposed to really do this, but, you know, it makes sense to try it because, you know, I need to make sure the eyes and the mouth and everything moves with it, so we're good. Yeah, I did a bit of a tutorial for why everything is changed now for the topology. Why I added in more topology and whatnot. So now that everything is all weighted out, save it. And a basic idea of how weight painting works. Percentage of bone affects a certain part of the model going from blue to green to red. Yep, I'm not much further than that. Yeah. That's actually kind of the whole gist of it. That's like literally all of it. Let's see. Rig. Deform bones on. It really is that simple. One thing you may want to take note of is so we added a bit of a twist in here because like what that ends up doing is it makes it easier on the twist when we have to, you know, because this is the like heaviest part of rotating the arm. When you have to rotate to around here is where your arm can rotate without having to engage your elbow. And yeah, it still looks pretty fine. And then about here-ish before you engage your elbow, because it's just a lot less. So that's why we added in the twist for the arm there, because that's kind of what your muscles do anyway. Your muscles are, the top muscle starts from over here and it ends up over here. And similar for the bottom muscle, just in a different position. Okay, where were we? So we don't have any modifiers outside of the rig, the armature. It's not for any way, any reason going to change. However, we do need to test one thing. This button here, you cannot bring this with you into game engines. So we might end up weight painting, but let's hope. Let's hope we don't need to. Yeah, see? If this ends up happening to your wrist, there's one thing that you need to change. And for my instance, because I have auto rig, I edit the reference bones and change the limb options so that there is more twist bones. Let me make sure it's on this limb. So let's change that to 3 and 3. And then match to rig. If you were rigging it yourself, then you would have to make sure that those twist bones are there yourself. So what that would mean is that you just have to subdivide. You can do this after you've weight painted, because what will end up happening is when you subdivide, it will try to maintain. Stuff like the arm things. I don't know how everything is done properly at the moment, but I will learn. Yeah. This is the reason why people are comparing, oh, how many bones do you have, something in your rig. Yeah, see, we'll probably have to add a lot more. That off, edit reference bones. Let's go with 6. I know it sounds like a lot, but because we can't modify, we can't keep preserve volume for a rig that's going to exit the game engine, or exit here into game engines, we need to make sure that we have enough. So you're probably seeing that it's kind of twisting a bit less now. There are some things that we can't do, some things we can't change. But if we were to say, turn on the deformation bones, go into here, and weight paint, we could now go in here. Yeah, see. So what ends up happening here is that it's not wanting to. When I did this for Auto Rig Pro, the thing is it doesn't know what's going. It doesn't know what's going on there. So I'm probably going to have to manually do it. So when you subdivide a bone in regular weight painting, it would know. It knows the difference. So what we can do in here is just kind of give it a little bit of an influence across all of this. Give this a bit of an influence. I get what you're trying to do. Yeah. Wanted to do shape keys, but, you know, there are certain things that need to change. And this is kind of how it goes, because preserve volume does get the best of a lot of us. They're like, oh yeah, the weight painting's great. Oh wait, preserve volume. Let me uncheck that. Oh god. Just gotta smooth this out a bit. Because I have auto normalize on, so what this will do is, since I already told the program that I want some weights, even a tiny bit, to the other bones, by smoothing this out, it will increase their influence. To make sure you didn't accidentally paint the torso when you clipped. Basically, what's happening right now is preserve volume is a beautiful feature that game engines don't have. It sucks so much. But only Blender has it. So you could use it for models for animation that aren't going to leave the program. So if you're an animator, sorry dude, you're good. You don't need to do this. Unless like it's going to go to a game engine. But for the rest of us mere mortals, this is kind of a mandate. And you'll see as I increase the influence that these bones have, the shape stops deforming poorly, even though the vertices aren't moving. And that is the purpose of twist bones. And because it's auto-normalized, it's going to take away from the two that I did weight paint. Just gotta make sure that all of these are good. So you can do this as an after process. It's kind of fine. It makes it a little bit easier on you to basically just have to add in some more weights to these bones, but not have to separate them fully. Because that way the majority of it is still on this here. That's pretty interesting. Thank you. I'm trying. So what we can do from here is just kind of smooth this out a bit. Just a little bit on either side so that it's affecting its brother and sister bones a bit. Let's actually go with the other way of doing that. Weight. Smooth. And if we do it this way, it will smooth it probably about as far as it could or should go. So that way it feels a little better. Yeah, see, we're losing a bit less shape there. Also, as for my animation knowledge, I only really messed around with basic pose and to pose SFM animations. Yeah, I get that. So, these twist bones up here, I would recommend leaving alone. You don't actually need these if you're going to do the rigging yourself without auto rig. It's just auto rig adds them in, and I don't really need them, so I'm not going to add any weights to them. That's why they're purple. I do know some basics of animation outside of that, but not much. Yeah. I didn't know very much too until I had to pose my dog model, and definitely experience. Okay. So we're losing a bit of volume still. So what I'm going to do is increase the draw weight to 0.4 and redraw here. It is a little bit of a game of trying to figure out, okay, well, how much should be here to get rid of enough of the twist. Because I don't really want to get rid of everything that I have on the two original bones. Okay, and then smooth. Smooth. Yeah, just gonna keep smoothing. And you'll see that it's getting a little bit better the farther we go. There we go. Yeah, see? Now we don't have hardly any. And, well, the only reason why we have hardly any is because it kind of looks that way, because the shape of the wrist area is an oval anyway. So, before we lose progress, for some unknown, unforgiving reason because Blender decides to crash for whatever reason it decides to crash for. It's kind of a flavor of the day situation. All right, buddy. What are you doing? You didn't get smoothed. Interesting. Well, that's something to note. This is why we check both sides. Okay. Specifically, I would consistently crash random when entering wireframe mode. Ooh, man. Okay. So what we can do, since it wants to be a bit of a bitch right now, and not mirror the weights over, I'm gonna add a 0.001 strength smooth so that I can force the weights to go to the right side. And the reason why we want the smooth so little is because we're not trying to fully mess with it. We're just trying to force Blender to go, hey, you didn't smooth this properly or did the right weights on the other side. Buddy, try again. No, not an oof moment anymore. So, I've since disabled GPU subdivision. That might do it. Yeah. So since the smooth didn't really want to, or sorry, since the smooth function didn't really want to copy the weights over right, I basically took the went cheeky with it, took the blur tool down to 0.001 strength, and then went to quote unquote blur the big section here, which will only affect 0.001. That's not really going to do anything to the rig, except tell Blender to fix the weights on the other side. Because we've got X mirroring on. Okay, that's good. By the time I found out it was already in the Blender GitHub waiting to be released and backported, so it should now be fixed now. I don't trust it anymore. Yeah, for real. Okay. So what we're gonna do here is bring up the smooth. So the hand has a little more control. Bring the smooth a bit further. Yeah, this is a bit of a cheeky trick. Where I'm like, oh, I want to have more control. Or I want the wrist to have more control. Or the arm twist here. So what I just do is I can do a bit of smearing and I can do a bit of smoothing with the blur tool to try to get to where the wrist itself has a little bit of influence. And I do mean like just a small amount of influence on the vertices around it, so that when I turn the wrist here, Gotta break the arm to figure out how to smooth it out. Yeah, no kidding. Because basically, it's not realistic like this, obviously, because you should not have any influence whatsoever on the upper arm and the wrist in reality. But we're dealing with what could be considered something like a blimp. So we don't really have much of a choice. We kind of just have to let it do its own thing. And if it wants to have a certain amount of control here and there to make it look, you know, right at the end of the day, well, I guess we could just give it that control, right? But yeah, I really wish that someone someday will fix preserve volume so that it works a lot better. Or rather, so that it actually functions outside of Blender. The weight painting here seems to be fine, thankfully. So the only one that got truly affected was the forearm twist, which is usually the case. I'm not gonna lie. It it can get a little annoying. And that's why we have the upper arm twist up here as well. So we fixed the number one issue. Preserve volume is no longer required to have at least some kind of deformations. Eventually someone will get tired enough of it not working between programs to add functionality, aka how open source works. Yeah, no kidding. It's such a good, like, preserve volume is so insane. So as you saw, it fixed that problem by itself without having to weight paint it. I really wish, you know, Unity and whatnot would get on the ball and start doing it. Hold on. One more thing to test. Our hip sway is still good. That's still good. That's still good. Shoulder is still good. Okay. We are going to save this, and we're going to save as 3. Because at this point, we are going to be, we might end up getting a little destructive. Not the thing that most people want to hear, but okay. Hold on, let me rename these armatures so that they match up. Because when I combine them together, if the name of the modifier doesn't match up, I think it might add a new modifier to something and might try to break something again. Sometimes it's like wrestling a tiger doing this, I swear. Alright. So we're going to keep those other things separate. So let's add some bases to every single one of these so that the program understands this is our base shape key. Alright. Oh, wise Bonanus, what is the first one that we should add? Mouth default. Got it. Doesn't do anything. We will name it the same. That's just to make sure that we have some kind of control over the mouth region, just in case we need it to make more shape keys. Yeah, it could be pretty annoying. Wouldn't have it any other way though. Yeah. The power of artists getting pissed off is hilarious and simultaneously scary. Let's go back to the basis. I think... Alright, buddy. Let's make sure that you're doing okay here. Save. And we are going to Shift D, P, and we're going to play with this for a hot minute. I really do mean, like, just a minute. It won't take much longer to do this part. Alright, alright. Well, let me apply a mirror modifier. I could still join it together because it adds in that afterwards. So as long as you're, if you make more mesh and then you try to join it to something that has shape keys, it'll function. But if you try to join something with shape keys to a mesh with or without shape keys, it won't function. Thank you, Blender. Very helpful. Makes all the sense in the world. Thank you. Okay, I think we'll leave the this little eyebrow segment like that for now. Maybe, yeah, let's bring this part up. Make sure we're not grabbing anything underneath. Pull that up a bit. Pull this in a bit more. And then I could probably hold on. Let's separate this for a brief moment. I think we need to get more control. So let's add a subdivision. And as you can tell, we can't do anything with it, so I have to get rid of those. And then subdivide. And we're going to get rid of these here, because we did not add this. Actually, hold on. We'll get rid of these. There. We added the subdivision not to get verts on the inside, but to control the brow itself a little more. Because the more verts we have on the brow, the better it will look. There we go. Yeah, so we didn't increase the topological count very much, and it's still very much controllable. It doesn't have to match the body itself. Okay, I think we have a majority of what we need. It would have been nice to, like, get a drawing for the bottom lash. We could model a bottom lash real quick. Something like that. Yeah, let's just do that. Assign. And we'll get rid of these over here so that we can get in here, and we will add a shrink wrap above surface, target, offset, 0.01. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's just keep it clipping like that. Extrude, or rather, so many options. Solidify, thickness of that. I don't think we need a thickness like that, so we're going to go 0.05. Yeah, that'll work. And then we're going to get in here, merge that at last. Merge at last. Grab these, subdivide. And then we're going to grab the internal edge here. Smooth it. Pull it out. Apply the solidify. So we're just gonna go ahead and smooth these verts anyway. Just gonna pull these in quite a lot. Smooth that, merge that at last. Then join these two bits. And we will, excuse me, scale. Medium point. Scale these out. Try to even out a little bit. Of course, we gotta pull you down. Okay, we want the shape, but we don't want it too thick. Maybe pull that out a little more. And then this one. Okay, I said out, not. Okay. Yeah. So this can afford to go out a little more. Give us a little more of a curve. And these, oh, they're fine. Let's go ahead and pull this back, pull it down. It clips a little bit, we don't really care. There. And let me scale it out a little. The reason why we're keeping the back geometry is just in case something tries to peek through. We won't have to go in and do some major fixes. Go. I think we'll add in another. No. We want control over where the verts at the top of this are, and the easiest way to do that is to make sure that they line up. The rest of the verts underneath can just be there for, you know, shapes. So I think we'll keep it like that. Not the craziest thing in the world, but it's something. Okay, add a mirror. Apply the mirror. And join. There we go. Honestly, definitely a good reason to start to keep the back geometry. Yeah. It's also the reason why the eyelash here is actually clipping over for its geometry here. So this line right here has a part of the eyelash that is clipping over. And the reason being is because we need to have something, like something to tell us where the overlap needs to happen when we're doing the animations. That way we can maintain shape easier. I usually delete it, game optimization habits die hard. You could delete it afterwards. But, sorry. You can, you kind of need it initially so that you can say, oh, I got the shape in there for my shape keys. I can now move on to something else and still use whatever I need to use. So for this eyelash here, if I ended up, say, moving it too far forward because this geometry here doesn't have a subdivision to latch onto, then I can kind of let the back geometry take command, because these are going to be mostly jet black. You know, maybe some transparency over here and some coloring over there, but, you know, it's not going to be crazy. Because that's just how anime eyelashes are. They're just there, really. Let's see. So our first thing is the mouth A. All right. So let me go ahead and get in here. Some of the materials that we were using. I just assume the back should be deleted because they aren't visible. I have to stop doing that. It really depends. Like sometimes you can use the back during an animation to just go, haha, I don't have to be perfect, but it still looks good. Okay. We're also going to add in the white material. Let's see. That's the interior of the mouth. Hello? What? Now I'm confused. Hold on. Oh, okay, there we go. Me being dumb. Ignore me. Me big dumb dumb. For this we can select that. Add a new material. The face. Select, invert, assign. Okay, be smart ass on me. Just gonna get some temp materials on here. Not because we're gonna use anything from this model, but because we need to be able to see what's going on. All I did was borrow the geometry. Okay. Definitely a lot more visible. Maybe change this to golden? Yeah, let's go with that. Actually, hold on. We have a green material. That way we can see everything that's going on. And we'll add in the highlight color too. There. Now everything is visible on her. The same color scheme that we're using. Okay. Enough of that. First key. Ah. Relative to basis. Okay. So what we don't want it to affect is the nose area here. So we are going to actually hide the verts themselves. And we don't want it to affect the very... Can I get in there? Nope. Alright. You have left me with no choice. We'll be separating the face again. Sometimes we're going to have to get in there. Okay, we'll hide this. And we don't want it to affect the very back of the mouth. So the reason why we're hiding all these things is because when we're using proportional editing connected, it will not, no matter how much I pull this, let me zoom this up, it will not affect anything that's not technically connected. So first step, we want the upper mouth to go up a little bit, the lower mouth to go down a lot. Okay, we're gonna unhide a few things after this. The upper mouth will go up like that. Okay. Oh my god, hold on. Damn you, Fuser! It fused our mouth together. Hold on while I fix this topological error. Let's get in there. Fine. We will snap or snap selection to active. This can happen. It is a bit of a pain in the butt. Let me actually undo that. Because we need it to be the same on both sides. Alright, can you just hide all of that? Thank you. Yeah, see. So what I need to do is grab both of these. Perhaps I can subdivide both of these, because it wouldn't let me rip. Now, we do have a corresponding point. It's all about getting Blender to recognize corresponding points. Cool, we're still corresponding. So I should be able to turn on this vertex, snapping. Or rather, let's see, snap vertex selection to active. And if I check the other side, by the way, one thing I use early on for selecting areas fast is creating seams and then selecting, yes, UV islands is actually really nice. So let's make sure that it's still connected. Seems to be. So I need to make sure that the top edge is the one that moves up when I do that. Yeah. This is why it's such a pain in the ass when things decide to fuse together. Way. There. So I can finally see what the heck is going on. Are you? Damn it, rig. There. So. Hmm. Why are you like this? There. And I have to make sure that that's okay. All right. You have aggravated me enough. There. This can sometimes happen when using this method. It is not fun, but at this point on, we do not want the auto merge on at all, because it will screw us over. Yeah. Turn our other elements back on. Let's make sure. Oh my god. You aggravate me sometimes, thing. We actually have to delete the entire mouth area because it decided to be an ass. Actually, hold on. No, we don't. I'm sorry. Revert. Annoying phantom problem. This can sometimes happen, and it is kind of a nightmare to fix. Okay, go away. Oh, wrong one. So the reason why this ended up happening was because Blender just decided in its infinite wisdom that it was going to merge the vertices together that were overlapping. And that is not what we wanted. So right now it's trying its best to say no to what we want. Hmm. Dissolve, delete. Yeah, now we got it. So the loop cuts should go around like that, and like that. Yes. So that's correct. My apologies, everybody. This is definitely a nightmare scenario. And it can happen sometimes when you're messing around with Blender. Sign that as well. And then from here, we're just going to get rid of the shape keys. You're just going to mirror the entire head. It is just such a pain. So I need this to active. We have our separation in there. Just making sure it's still fine. Yep, there, there, and there. Let me grab all this, mesh, normals, and then reset vectors. And we're back to where we were. Because now I should be able to pull this up and pull this down. And then if I were to turn this off, I'm grabbing the bottom one right now. Yep, that's correct. Okay. Crisis averted, everybody. Default. Oops. This is why sometimes it's a little hectic, because that fusion option, I don't know why, but it just decides to do what it wants to do. So, according to what we want the bottom jaw to go down a bit, the top jaw to go up a bit, and then we'll come in here, separate our vertex points. So that we'll have a nice crease in the mouth area. grab from here. Pull the jaw area down. Pull this area up. Usually, the shape key is going to end up taking a while, just because of how long it takes to actually get the first ones right. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab all of this. Maybe some up here. And we're going to hide. Because the upper mouth is in a good spot. The lower mouth doesn't move where it wants to move. Okay, hide that too. Yep. There. We now have a degree of separation in there. And that will allow us to move the rest of the mouth where we want it to go. Pull that down more. There. Still trying to maintain some of that up. How far down should we go? Let's check. So it goes out a little bit and down. Let's not forget the chin area. This looks like it should go down a bit too. Let's not forget to smooth it out over here. Smooth the lip. Pull that down. And it looks like the top lip needs to go down a little more. Looks like this does need to be red. Or I could just move this a little more. Nah, I think I'll keep it that for now. And since the jaw is doing that, is going down, we have to move this in a little bit. The process is always slow at first. I wish there was an easier way to speed it up, but you know, the only other way I could do it is if I were to take the topology from the other model. Okay. Move this in a little bit. Get some of our mouth shape back. Okay. Pull this down a little more. Give us a little bit more of a fuller lip. And how are we looking so far? We're gonna move you in more. Move you over more. Okay. So far, but we'll move this outward more. And maybe you up. I like to use the smooth tool a lot when it comes to getting the face shape. Because more often than not, it tends to pull the vertices in a way that's more conducive to the shape that I'm trying to go for. Especially when I try to make really dynamic changes. Okay, how's this looking so far? Where is it? It's there. Okay. Almost there. Just gonna pull this up a little bit. So we get a little bit more of a curvature down in here. And then let's pull this area down a little bit. This area up. And even you out a little. How are we looking topology-wise? Okay. Yeah, maybe definitely need to make the gap a bit bigger. Okay. I think I pulled it out a little too wide. So we'll pull it in a little more. Okay. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna copy this. And as for the teeth, the top teeth don't seem to move anywhere. But the bottom teeth seem to fade underneath. Yeah, let's get them down there and pull them back. Yeah. Let's also make sure that this goes down enough for the tongue. Yeah. We want to try to make sure that the interior of the mouth lines up really well with the rest of it. Yep, that still goes down. And then the tongue needs a mouth default, and then an A. And it looks like that all it does is go down and tilt. How much? Okay, partial wave clipping. Okay, let's swap all of these back to the basis. And I think I'm going to join them now. Okay. So we're going to go over back to here, and we're going to... Let's change the rotation of the teeth and see if that makes it look a little cleaner. Smooth that out a little more. Pull that down, and I think we're good. Let's check to make sure that this one doesn't have any clipping of the teeth as it goes down. A little bit, but not by a lot. Okay. So what might need to happen is the teeth. Like that. Teeth might need to go farther. And it looks like we might be good for the A. Maybe. Let's make sure. Pose. Okay, so it's moving at the same rate. So let's check what's going on with our ah. Oh, okay. I got it. We need one more subdivision in here so that this one can chill the buddy fuck out. Okay. Okay. I think it might be a little bit better. Let me hide the tongue for a moment. Smooth that out. And then maybe smooth this a bit. And over here. There. Hey, we got it. Yeah. Still teeth clipping a little, but I think that might be fine. Okay, so... yeah, good shape. Might make this here move a little less, that move a little more, and there. Okay, let's save. Yep. It does end up taking a little while to do the initial shape keys, so... E? Oh, E's easy. Okay. So, let's make E. So we're going to grab these up in here. And we're just going to kind of scale them on the Z. All right. Let's move this on the Z. So that's up. And that below. Move a little farther. Yeah, a little farther on the bottom. I think just to be safe, this down a little bit. Move that over. Just kind of even it out a little bit before I move on to the next one. That was near immediate. Yeah, E. All right. Don't do the ringing anymore. Ooh. Oh, okay. That's easy. Just realized I entered lurker mode. Yeah, that's no problem. It does end up taking a little while to do facial shape keys. So what we're gonna do for ooh is, since it's pretty similar to both ah and e, we're gonna do that. Let's see. Yep. We're gonna do all of E, new shape from mix. Let's see. Can we just a little bit of E? Yeah, no. We'll do it the hard way. It's fine. So that's gonna be our ooh, except we'll grab both of these and pull them in. Quite a bit. Uh-oh. Come on, Blender. Really? It does not want to recognize the topology again. Why? You were just being weird. Okay, well, let's grab both sides then. It's fine. And then we just have to go ahead and pull this down a little bit. Pull you up a little bit. Yep, I think that's a decent shape. And now we just need to move the teeth. So teeth will go, this teeth will go up a bit. This teeth will go way down. Tongue will go down. Or will rotate. Let's make sure that it's good. It's okay. Yep. Doesn't seem small enough. All right. Let's go ahead and move that down over there. we're going to ignore that vert for now. But there's such a weird beast when it comes to overlapping verts. This out. Okay. Yeah, I know it's not the most entertaining thing to go through all this. But, you know, it's kind of a necessary evil when it comes to making a character. The snap to selection active. There we go. Okay. And there. There's our ooh. Let's see. I'll probably do the rest of those, you know, off stream while I'm working. But let's go ahead and mess with the eyes real quick. So the goal of the eyes is to make sure that when they start to close, you know, you get this little flap in here, this little flap that connects the top part of the eye and the bottom part of the eye near the outside of the eye itself. That will fold into the rest of the eye. It's one of the reasons why you don't often see a lot of really crazy, you know, geometry defining texturing in that section of the eye. It's usually on like the outside right here, or like over there, maybe around here. It's so that you can actually tuck that part in, and it still looks good. There isn't really much else we can do about that, so we just have to end up hiding it. And as it ends up closing, we do change a bit. Eric setup is interesting to watch, just not much to talk about. Yeah. So as you can see, the extra bits for the eyelashes, they kind of follow a rule of their own. They do kind of close a little bit, but if we close them flat to the extent that you would expect, you know, like eyelids to actually close, they wouldn't be visible anymore, and there wouldn't be any defining characteristic to when it closes. And that's why, also why we basically, when we close this up here, these two edges near the side of the eye, we just kind of make them go really close together. And as for what's underneath, let me find that real quick. We'll borrow the left one. When I hide this, you can see that, yeah, it can get a little wonky, but, by the way, if I vanished at 10 p.m. my internet died. Oh, wow. Alright. It doesn't necessarily have to fully close. As you can see, there's a bit of green under there and some white. It's because of the fact that the eyelashes are hiding a majority of it. So, when you're making the shape key itself, the most important part is to make sure that you remember it's not about the realism of it, it's about how it looks at the end of the day. And when I'm closing this eye, you can see I have a little bit of an issue in there, but you don't usually notice it from most angles. But as you close it, you want to make sure that the eyelid itself isn't really clipping all that much. So that's the key secret to figuring out how to get an eye with physical geometry to close right. It's more about hiding the edge of the eyelids underneath the eyelash than it is to actually try to get it right. I know it's cheeky, it's kind of cheaty. HP says sleep, but I don't want to. Oh yeah, I get that. So for now, we're just gonna combine them. So it's easier to actually figure out the eye blinking if you combine them together. For now, the best possible thing that we could do is hide this. Like, I'm being dead serious. We cannot see what we're doing if we if we have this actually active. So, we're just going to grab this top section here. First off, there's parts that we don't want to have affected. So we are going to quarantine them off. And by that I mean we are going to grab all of this and we're going to hide it. That way we cannot affect parts that we don't want to affect. So we're going to grab the edges here. Pull this down. Try not to affect, let's say, like this line here without intention, because this is the line in which the eyes are closing itself. So let me just go ahead and grab those again. So it may not look 100% right now, but we're going to fix it up in a minute. Yeah, this is the easiest way to actually get your eyes to close without your character's eyes to close without having to truly affect them all that much. So we want to affect this a little bit up here, and then other people might have, different ways, but this is the best way that I have found. Let's get in there. And grab these edges. Pull them down. Well, first off, we want to make sure that we're keeping things accurate. Somewhat. Grab these edges, pull them down. And now you can see we're starting to get an eye closed shape. If I were you, I wouldn't be too concerned about all of the geometry at the moment. Just try to get the general shape, even if you mess things up a little bit. See, we got a little bit of a mess up here, but we're going to use the smooth tool. We're going to shape it out. It's fine. As we get in here, we want to at least somewhat maintain the shape throughout the process, and then kind of smooth it out as we go, so that eventually it becomes entirely smooth as it gets to the parts that are not the eye. Yeah, sleepy eyes. This part is mostly about, adjustments. Just makes minor changes here and there, trying to get the eyes to be closer and closer together. one thing you really want to make certain of is the bottom eye ends up having this kind of curve to it. Like there's like a dip, a tiny dip here, and then like a bump here and a dip. Okay, let's smooth that one out. Have to get in here and pull it forward a little bit. Smooth it. Let's try to get the general eyelid shape. Because when eyes close, they tend to... The eyelid itself tends to have a bit of a puff out. Because ideally, an eyelid is supposed to go, you know, kind of like semicircular around the eye. And we at least want to somewhat replicate that. So that would entail having to move the top eyelid a little more inward. Okay. I want to check where we're at right now. Ignore the black part. I want to see how it's closing. Okay. We're going to move the bottom part down a little more. And the top part needs to begin its overtake. Okay. We're just gonna not really care that much about the shape right now and just try to get it in place. Moving the vertices like this, line by line, it makes it a little easier for you to tell the shape of the internal part that I can't see anymore, simply because I'm moving this particular line. So as I'm moving the vertical line, I will always know that it will stay relatively the same shape. This circle will stay relatively the same shape as this circle. Okay. Try to move this in. Okay. Okay, what that tells me is that the geometry in here is not going down far enough. This is too far down. This might need to move up a little. So you can actually maintain your shape key like this and make all your minor adjustments so that when you get back to, you know, say like this point right here, I could say for certain that like, okay, this needs to move down more, or this one needs to go up a little bit. That might be too far down. Or it might not be enough down, in which case I pull these down. and then try to equate it like that. And we get a lot closer. Yeah, okay, that's going pretty good. Okay, so from here, I do want this to go down a little bit more, that to come up a little bit more. And if we're looking at this part, these are supposed to be up a little more because the eyelid needs to have its meeting segment changed. Yeah, so we got that, we got a small version of that curve, but it's still in there. And that's kind of what counts. Don't be afraid to move a vert around if you have to. After all, it's the overall shape that makes things look good. It's not the placement of the verts per se. Because this part of the body is not physically weight painted in a way that would actually have animation consequences, we don't necessarily have to care about the placement of the vertices on the face. Just care about, does it look good in animation, in the shape key, because there's no bones to get in the way. Pull those in. Gonna pull you out a little bit. Can I pull you up and get away with it? Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot less of a, like, I have to do it this way, I have to do it that way, and a lot more of, like, just make it look good throughout the animation. It's, it takes time, it takes practice, but at the end of the day, you'll find that as long as you have geometry to cover up, let's say, like the eyelid here, like, even though this is not looking all that great right now, I can make it look better by pulling this out more and making it more circular. Yeah, it doesn't need to be perfect, just needs to look good from anywhere it's visible from the outside. Yeah, you're like a used car salesman shop. It just needs to look good from the outside. We just need to look like we have the cars. We don't actually need the cars. We could say we have a Ferrari, but then we're gonna sell you a Porsche. Unfortunately, it's not exactly correct, but it is a funny comparison. Because whatever we sell you as artists still has to function really well. Enter a car shop only to find they sell one car and the rest are cardboard cutouts. Honestly, that might be a good prank. I don't know if I'd be really upset about that, because spending the next 30 minutes with a used car salesman trying to sell me a car that is a cardboard cutout, it would be pretty interesting. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. Really funny prank. Yeah. Oh, like, it sounds like a wife prank. You know, like, the husband is really into cars, and, like, the wife isn't. So she takes him to a car shop and says he can buy any car he wants, but, like, it just turns out they're all cardboard. I'm sorry to whoever is now going to suffer the consequences of that. Oh, I might have just, Made someone's day really bad. I'm gonna give the wife a wrong prank to do. Mr. Beast, if it was a prank channel. Oh boy. Yeah, things might have turned out differently if he was a prank channel. But we'll leave it at that. That's a messy situation. Okay. Yeah, we're looking really good. So, as you can see, that's one of the major reasons why we wanted our topology to be a certain way. Why we wanted so much topology around the eye. Because we were allowed to mess with it to get this really nice geometry for the closing. And as you can see, like, it's still, like, it'll look fine in render like this. It'll look absolutely fine. But if you have a client that says, oh, I would like to have this be a little more smooth, you literally just come in here and add, like, not here, but you come in, like, the basis, and you add in, like, another, you know, another loop in here or something. And then you'll be able to smooth this out really well. Funny thing is, I can actually take this into sculpt mode and just tap in a smooth of about like 1.14, something like that, 0.15, and just kind of hit it with a smooth, maybe grab a vert or something. Just a little bit goes a long way. Just don't do it on like the very, very edge. Okay. And now we can hit Alt-H. And now we'll be working with the rest of this geometry. So the thing about the rest of this is now... Appreciate all the tips. Oh yeah, I'm trying here, man. We're just going to grab this part of the edge and pull this up to match up the vert there. And then match up that vert. We're just moving directly up now. Okay. We pull that one up, and then we pull it out because it went out a little. We could also turn on this and go to vertex snapping. If vertex snapping wants to work. I don't know why vertex snapping wants to not work. Oh, include active. Let's include the active, please. That explains why my vertex snapping wasn't work. Don't do that. So instead of snapping it, oh. Sorry for the ride there. Anybody got car sick? We're just going to pull this up and try to line up that vertex with the other one in particular. And what we'll come to find is that the more accurate we are with this, the better it will look in animation. So if we go to do the eye blink now, bam. The bottom is fine. Now, if we go back in here and we were to say grab, let's say, this part right here. You know, somewhere around the middle of where it's going wrong. Maybe right here. And just kind of turn this on and pull it out a little bit. We don't want to affect the Z or X axis of this. We just want to pull it out so that it's no longer clipping. We want as minimal detail for that as possible. Because we don't want to move it. That's for expression toggles. So that's why we're trying to carefully move this so that it's no longer clipping, but we aren't too far away from the head itself. This is also one reason why having materials makes things a little easier to work with. So only affect the Y. Yeah, see, this one's a little far. Yep. Gonna save it real quick, and then we're gonna try to knock out real quick this this part right here. So we're gonna try to grab the middle right here. We're not going to worry about pulling it out because it's going to go straight down. So we're going to go straight down. And we're going to grab the outside bit. Pull that down. This is specific. It needs to be pulled up. So that, let's see. We want to try to match that. We don't really need this visible right now, just kind of getting in our way. So let's get this to its right spot, right about there. In this part, you'll find that it's a lot less of a science. And I do mean a lot, because this is actually a very challenging part. So from here, since we got this part okay, we're going to hide this, link that, hide that. And that way we only affect the outer rim. Because we need this to go about that far. Yeah. No. We need it to go farther. And then we're going to grab this and pull it out a little more. Alt-H. Gonna pull that in, pull up. Okay. So we pull this up. Yeah. Let's go ahead and that up. That up. We want to focus on the overarching shape more than the geometry itself. So that looks good. Let's grab this, pull that down, pull that down. And now we want to worry about in. It's basically like for a lot of these shape keys, you will have to like remake and remake and remake. There really isn't like a whole lot else you can do other than try to get the shape the way you want it. Sometimes it really does end up just being like I have to basically pretend like I'm modeling it like this from scratch, if you will. Like this was my intent all along. I'm gonna grab that in there. We don't want it to puff out too much, so we're just going to try to control the thickness, if you will. You're going to pull this up. This both seems time-consuming and potentially tedious, incredibly interesting and fun to figure out. Yeah, it is definitely hard to maintain, like, you know, accurate shape while also trying to get it right. But there is one little Hail Mary trick to it. And not necessarily like to play it all that much, but like essentially the Hail Mary trick is to rely on the geometry that we had created and reshape. So if I turned on vertex snapping, we know that we want these two vertices to line up. So this bottom one needs to line up here. This needs to line up to there. There, there. I'm lining up the back vertices because that's what they did in the first place. Let's see. Ah, yeah. That. And then once the back vertices are lined up, I no longer have to worry about them. I could just get the shape back. Because I know now that if I move this out, it will be lined up to the right part of the eye. But to put it into perspective, this is actually the hardest part out of all shape keys. Just the eyes. Because in most parts, you end up like this, and everything gets kind of fucked up. And you just kind of have to try to get the shape back afterwards and just go, oh, well, whatever. So, bear with me while we try our best to get the shape back. once the shape starts taking hold, then we'll be able to move on from that and try to fix up the rest of it. Let's see, where is that vert? Right in there. So we found our connecting vert there. This connection wants to move back. Now, granted, sometimes there are definitely better ways, but in this instance, it's a little difficult to employ anything else. Okay. So the eyelash does want to have a bit of a curve in there. So we want this to go down, this to go down. Bring this up a little bit. We're just going to kind of rotate this a little bit and get it a little bit closer. Alt H. Where are we? Ah, okay, that's cool. No internet issues tonight. Let's see. Yeah, that needs to be lower. It lines up. Okay, that's looking pretty good there. Let's try to line up the back part. That. So pull forward. And let's see, yep, that goes there, and that up here. It's just a gigantic puzzle. I think I just smoothed that one out. That way when I look back this way, yeah, we're looking pretty good. Gonna... Okay, I'm gonna pull these back. Okay. We're gonna keep that pulled down. And drag that down. Drag this up. Pull that down. Yeah, the real tricky bit is trying to actually cover up the eye. It's pretty difficult, but incredibly interesting. It can be. It can be a bit of both. I do find it kind of funny how not a lot of people show like a method to doing this that's like, you know, easy. Probably because they themselves don't find it all that easy. But I can't really blame anybody. It's just as hard for me. Having to model this, you know, having to model it like this definitely is pretty crazy. It's it's just really difficult to like get it to look right across all dimensions just because of the amount of topology that we're working with and like how it's supposed to connect, how it's supposed to function. Let's see. But then again, you know, I might have done this the hard way. Okay. Just gonna make it a little more in line. Remember, class, how you get to A and B does not necessarily matter. As long as you get to B. Granted, there are easier methods, and you know, it's been a hot minute since I've done a anime eye. So I do come from a background of 3D printing. But I think we're doing okay. pull this out a little. Just gonna try to even it a little bit. Okay, where is that? Ah, okay. Yeah, that one's too high up. Pull that one down a little. And this certainly needs to move back. All right. Probably should move this and this back. Okay. And check. Yeah, we're gonna move this back just because we really do need to cover up that side of the eye. And then that can go back. Far from perfect. But you know, it's results. If anything, I hope this stream has proven that you don't necessarily have to be perfect. It just has to look good at the end of the day. And there's no true rule set that you physically have to abide by that tells you, oh, this is the true way of making your shape keys. This method might get you better results, this method might get you worse results, but at the end of the day, you know, as I've been saying for a while now, point A to point B. Not one way to do everything, but overall the same process in the end. Yeah, more or less. Granted, if there was an easier way to do this, I'm all ears. You know, someone wants to make a tool, I pay good money for it. We've been here for a while, just messing around with this. The good news about, like, say, different kinds of blinks and whatnot is that I can then take this, like, you know, near perfected shape key and then modify, duplicate it, modify it, and just overall get a better general shape as I go along, making other blink types. Okay. So we'll eventually get annoyed enough to automate shape keys. There already is some things out there that can help you with shape keys. I'm just not really privy to the how. There you go. Okay. Let's pull this one up over here and see how that ends up looking. All right. Yeah, let's just cover that up with that. And then one thing we could end up doing is pull this forward a bit. And then down. Okay. I'm just gonna thicken the eyebrows. Like that. And there we have it. That should be good. Yep. Takes a little while, but we can get a really nice eye close. Just pull this down a little bit. But yeah, I'm certain that I'll be able to do better as things go on. You know, figure out more techniques. As, you know, learning 3D it's a constant experience. And I personally love it. Yep. So there's a decent blink. So we managed to maintain... Oh. Pull this one up a little bit. There we go. The one thing I wrestle with most in Blender. The XYZ axis. The constant learning is one of the best parts. Yeah, it really is fun. And now you can kind of see what I meant by snapping some of those vertices together. Why we were overlapping some of the verts, because now you can't actually tell the difference. Even if you were to look directly underneath, there is nothing wrong. So, well, there might be a better method to, you know, getting from point A to point B for this part. You know, I think we've done pretty good. We've done really good today, in fact. So that's actually a really nice blink. I'm gonna save that real quick. We'll bring back the rest of the body. So we finished up. Man, it looks really good. Or looks good. Thank you, thank you. We finished up the body itself. We got all the shit. We got rid of the what was it? The volume control thing on the rig. It's called preserve volume. Yeah, we got rid of preserve volume. We body doesn't need these. Just needs bases. We fixed up the face. We got the teeth in, the tongue in. We got the eyelashes in, the eyes with the shines, and fixed up the mouth. Oh my god. And now we've got A-E-U and an eye blink, and I think that's pretty good for today. The rest of it is it's not very difficult to get the rest of the shape keys in. And I didn't do the eyelashes, but it's the same thing as these right here. They're more or less the same, it's just you change the shape a bit. And maybe you add a subdivision. You know what I mean? So, it's not too much of a thing. God, this is music. Alright then. Let's see. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yep. So, I think that's where we're going to end up calling it. I realize that my way of making a model might be a bit messy, and but it does get results at the end of the day, and that's, you know, what I'm here for. I'm just trying to get some results. If there are better ways, please at me, DM me, do whatever you want. I'd love to know. Thanks for streaming. Thank you for coming. As of today, that makes the end of this stream. Next week, I am taking off to finish this model in its entirety. It's really just more shape keying, some clothes and stuff. We're going to be having more models in the future, so don't worry about that. But I've tried passing on my own tips occasionally, but I feel like you know them all. It can be like that sometimes, but you might have found something I didn't. We were just working in that kind of program. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those things where the more you learn about it, the more you know about it, and like no one can study every aspect of it. At least, you know, give them like 6 years or so, maybe. But I'm going to be taking the entirety of next week off in order to not just finish up this base chibi model, which means all the rest of the shape keys, and I will probably, yeah, I'll add the controller. The controller that controls the facial shape keys and stuff that I have on the Bonanus model. I'll just, you know, apply it to this one too, if people are interested. Um, in terms of this model itself, the base mesh, I will be releasing it over the coming of next week, just kind of as an apology to, like, you know, make sure everything is okay with all y'all. That and this model is one that I will be using to make a chibi version of Koban. And I'm going to be kind of going really ham with this. I want to use the Lil Toon shader. I want to learn Warudo. I'm going to try to really crank this out, and I'll try to keep you guys updated on everything that's going to be going on for that. But that being said, it's not going to be really a week off for me. I'm going to be working so goddamn hard. But streams will be moved. Can't wait to see what you come with. Oh, thank you, thank you. It's going to be light Koban, but also not. So, yeah, sounds like you'll be busy. Yeah, I am. There's a reason why I have to stop the streaming, and it's because I actually need the extra time to just really crack down on this. And just because, like, I worked so hard on all these overlays and these backgrounds, and I feel like the PNG model isn't really doing it justice, and we're not really getting a lot of people to come in. Try not to overwork yourself. I will absolutely try and fail. And just end up overworking myself anyway. Sometimes I just like I start up Blender and listen to a video. I'm like, wait, I'm supposed to not be working right now. It just gets that way. But yeah. So we're gonna be moving the stream. I want to say it's gonna be midnight PST to either 6 a.m. or to 8 a.m. PST, because that's a little more in line with some of my VTuber friends that like to do streaming in the daytime, and they're over in EST or fucking Brazil and whatnot. So I'm gonna try to get in line with that. So we're gonna have at least a minimum of 2 hours longer on streams, and we're going to have a more interactive model. And you know, if you've seen my post, you know what I'm talking about by now. But yeah, so hopefully I'll have all this worked out come a week, and I'll see you guys then. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. I tried to word that as succinctly as possible without going too heavily, but see you guys soon. Take care.